Hey everybody! Why do my eyes keep doing this? I mean, I know why, it'd be the glasses. But hey, welcome back! We're back at it for another day of Ace Attorney. How's everybody been? Well, I say how's everybody been, but in reality, that's the case, isn't it? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Still though, if there is anyone here, let me know how your week's been. I've had one hell of a week. That's the case. Uh, um, working on it. But you know what I'm not working on? My detective skills. I even have the thing that every self-respecting detective needs in their life, and that is a cup of nice hot tea to start the evening. You might be thinking, wait Kyle, I thought that you were an attorney. That's how they get you. Every attorney is also a detective. I am a mid-attorney, but an ace detective. Wing! Do it! I hate my model sometimes. I should really spend some time, just fixing, ironing out the kinks with this thing. I should also spend some time, like, figuring out how the heck to get, Stream Chat to work. And you'd think it'd be easy, and it's not. And it's not. Get away! Get away, Quartered! This isn't Quartered, I know. I know what this is. I hope you guys know what this is, but, if you don't, you'll hear it you'll hear it soon enough in whenever I finish one of those essays. Anyway, let's hop into things. Where it feels like it's been longer than usual since I've done this for some strange reason. Well, actually, my days have just felt longer in the past week or two, like so. I don't really have an explainable reason for it. It just feels like time has been going a lot slower. Let me check. Yep, okay, we're good. Last time, we figured out the truth behind Nick and Edgeworth's backstory. We uncovered the secret criminal behind the plot to kill. Maybe not the plot to kill. Edgeworth's father, and cleared him of all guilt. Now, it's been a few months, and we're gonna have to rise from the ashes like the phoenix we are. With that said, let's jump into it. God, I hope it doesn't show me who the culprit is. It didn't last time. It didn't last time, but it was reliable narration. What is this? This looks distinctly different. Stab? Stab? What? Two stab? Huh? Two stab in two different buildings? Well, what's going on? Hey there, Nineball. Welcome! What exactly is going on here? It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. It's getting hard to eat. That is, until the day that girl showed up. I don't know anything about this time skip. I say time skip, it's been 2 months. But I don't know if Maya's gonna be back. I don't know what new characters are gonna show up here compared to the second game. I legitimately thought it ended last time. I gave the game a rating. I thought we were done. I was doing the outro scroll, and then the game was like, stop! February 22nd, 10:02 a.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Why do I come in here to the office every day? It's not like I want to work. There you are! Finally! Where have you been? My sister's trial's tomorrow! Who are you? I'm glad that you're asking this too, because I don't know. My tea is great. It's rather basic. It's just British brew with milk and sugar, but it tastes fantastic. Hope it doesn't get too cold. It doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. Mia Fey. I've got to keep doing that. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. You're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. So you are the coffee boy? I am Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. Wait! The Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case! Yes, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief, then. You're better than nobody. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you're Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney? Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere. Please, I'm out of time. But, please, you have to help. It's my sister. Could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Finally, a character with a normal name. That's how you know that she's gonna stick around for more than one case, maybe. Like, the only recurring character that has like a funny little name is like Dick Gumshoe, because he's a detective and his name is Dick, and that's it. That's the entire joke, and everything else is fine. Emma Sky is not a pun. I trust her with my life. Scientific investigator, huh? Scientific investigator? Emma was it. So, I'm gonna call her Emma, not like Ema. Mr. Bod Jr. says we take Bomby if we take Fiery to... Will Bobby explode every time you want to take Fiery or not? I think every time you try and take fire, the bomb will explode. And that's why I have constructed several bombs. Just in case anything I do or say is too fire. Ah, the tea's a little too hot. I guess that was the fire! Anyway, I'm gonna call her Emma. So you're a scientific investigator? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just you seem kind of, jumpy. Or maybe just young? Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. Oh, I see. Wait, only 16? I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known, at my age no less. So what exactly is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader. But I'm ready to do my job, at my age no less. Create another future professional in training. So, what's this about a case? You said the trial's tomorrow? My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. She would use a gun. That's how I know it's not her. So, it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but that's interesting. How would she know Mia? So, you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up, then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I'll have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe investigation should be done scientifically. Don't you? Yeah. Sure can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm. If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation. I'll show you when I'm done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister. What relation do you have to Mia Fey? My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. So they went to the same school, huh? She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. And, well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia's a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Do we have a team name? I don't know. I don't know if we have a team name. I have a tea name. I explained the tea earlier. I've never actually been that big into the idea of, like, teams in terms of, like, sports or anything. Everyone in my school was super obsessed with them, and I was just like, but why would, huh? And so, I've been, anyway. I kind of get it in the sense that you have the people you root for in, like, tournament arc in an anime. And like, I can get behind this, like, rooting for specific players. And if a team had a lot of players you liked, then I could get supporting that team. Can you choose the team name? If you'd like, make it something good. What are we competing in anyway? What's our team for? Where was I? Right, if there was a team that had a lot of players that I liked, I could see supporting that team, but, like, who does that? I don't know anyone who does that. They're like, man, I'm from, where are the Steelers from? Kentucky? Tennessee? Something like that? Anyway, I'm from there, so the Steelers are my team. Why did I pick the Steelers? Why couldn't I pick something normal like the Yankees? Like, anyway, moving on. Huh? Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kind of hate her. Huh? But she's my only family. My name is the Winners? You're correct. I am a winner, and we're gonna stay winning. Glad to have it. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the end of it? We're just gonna be like, let's just not talk about why you hate your sister. February 22nd, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Finishing up my tea real quick. Wonderful. Alright. Let me switch out my tea for some water. Alright, we're good. I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She's gone quiet all of a sudden, as soon as we arrived. Guard, I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am, it's just your sister. No excuses. Did you not want to raise this year, Understood, ma'am. What was that all about? Hi, Lana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory's failing. Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey! How do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. I'm sorry. What exactly is it that you do? My name is Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district. You're a prosecutor? Two sisters, one a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? Emma, Lana. I mean, they're just like... It is kind of strange. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? There's something you should know from the start, which is, the suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh? Wait, but the suspect is... me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? Crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. That's quite specific. It was in the witness's Deposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. That was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. The prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinate's trunk? Classy. I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed, as it were. Well, that's just great. I mean, this seems kind of open and shut, right? Like, she's admitted to it. We're not going to defend a guilty woman, especially not if there's this much evidence against her. So who was the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. A detective? Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you? Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. What, Mr. Wright? What does it mean? Well, it means... the police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They'll use any means at their disposal to do so. This case gets worse and worse with everything I learn. So, you're the chief prosecutor? That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. That's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't. Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this. I cut myself by accident when I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Try to change the subject. Wait, she was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? You were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told you that too, did she? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office. Although it seems he's very little in common with Mia. Hey! He was in law school. I was in my 3rd year and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students. Different? She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Excuse me? Intellectually attracted. Lana was at the top of her class. I was the best there was. Oh. I'm doing pretty good too in school, by the way. So the team is Team Lithuania. Lithuania? Am I pronouncing that right? And better name is that, and the Witters team Team McDonald. McDonald's? We have to fight all of McDonald's? Do you know how many billion they've served? Less than they say. Anyway, if we're fighting McDonald's, screw it, I'm in. I will dismantle the hierarchy of any fast food restaurant there is. I have a deep-seated hatred for fast food restaurants after they took away my I don't know exactly what they took away from me. Well, I do, but like... I try not to talk about depressing subjects on stream, unless it's a depressing game, so... It sounds a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I'm admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say, there's no way you can take this case. None. But Lana! Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. Oh. I know you didn't do it, Lana. I know. So how can you say you did? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. Mr. Wright? Yes? I believe our discussion here has ended. The rest, I leave to you. Huh? You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client's confessed after all. The case is over. Right. I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. Let us confess to the crime, yes. But something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here, and I'm going to find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? About what? My sister, she's not always like that, you know. I just never expected to be defending another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something there that defies a simple, scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. So you're our assistant for this case? It feels weird to have someone other than Maya, though. Still, I don't dislike her. Immediate predictions. This feels scuffed. I think your first challenge is stopped recommending character. The first challenge, it's stopped. The recommended character, it's evil, spongy, 3, 2, 1, go. I will not recommend evil, spongy to the stream for... Is this like... Am I talking about, like, unhinged, demonic, AI sponge? Is that what... I'm confused at what's going on here, to be quite honest. I am quite confused. So, the reason that you should never trust, the evil spongy, as it were, is because he has soiled our crops, murdered our livestock, stolen our government funds, and if he doesn't, he will soon. At any rate. February 22nd, Prosecutor's Office, underground parking lot. So this is the lot where it all happened? Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Haven't I seen this background somewhere before? Hey everyone! Keep up the good work! Hey! What are you thinking? Well, they're going to be my co-workers 3 years from now, after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know that attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. I'm trying not to stand out too much here, see? Hey there! You expecting to go unnoticed here, partner? Partner? This man. Hey, but this is kind of a vibe. What do we have here? Looks like a bambina got loose from the ranch and is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner. Mr. Marshall! Marshall looks more like a sheriff to me. Looky here, Bambina. I know how you feel. But this is my gang's gold strike, you see. Strike? This is our claim, our territory, with a motherload of evidence. If you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? You want to know? You want to? What? You know what dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? You want to. That's not proper English. What's this guy talking about? You head along home now. Happy trails, Bambina. Was that a hombre, a friend of yours? Kind of, sort of. Yeah, he's a detective. Who thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West? It seems. I saw the ghost. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see the ghost like faded for a sec? Wait, was I just trying to leave? Ah, now see, that seems like something we could investigate. What about this door? Look, a door! This must mean something. I'm not sure that doors mean anything. No, it won't open. A mysterious lock. I fail to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life a little more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? What's this? What's this? me and Nick being the exact same person for 3 seconds. A wallet? Excuse me, officer. Wait! What are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm handing it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket. How is that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. Seems to be something inside. I'm called to duty already at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way, her eyes were sparkling until she's been waiting for this. Okay, now. Look at the court record. Oh? You have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Now, let's start examining, from every angle. Huh? HNBM? What kind of... Oh. Oh, look, I think there might be a clue here. Huh? I think I need a little bit of an explanation on what's going on in chat here. I think I'm a little lost, to be honest. What exactly are we doing here? I'm down to do it, but what exactly is happening? You said that my challenge is to stop the recommended character, it's Evil Spongy 321 Go, and I do not know what I was supposed to be doing from that. Can you explain just a little bit? Sorry. There might be a clue here. You should check it out with a press of enter. There's a clue here? Oh. This is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. ID number 584-215-2189. See? Well? Isn't scientific investigation useful? I guess, though I don't see what science has to do with it. Also, the fact that the winners lost their first challenge is not a good sign. Investigator's ID card. Found at prosecutor office. ID number 584-2189. EI. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. I guess I've got to be on my toes from now on. Well, that's gonna be a pain, isn't it? Aha! A ladder! That's a step ladder. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. I'm getting a good sense for this Emma girl. Not sure I like her all that much after all. It's the elimination time. I vote to eliminate Louis the 14th. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears! No, my ears! Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. What's she babbling about? Hey, what did you just say? See, you can hear just fine. The phone's broken. That's a piece of evidence on its own. Huh? I can't. Got 100,000 votes? Where are you getting 100,000 votes from? I am incredibly confused. Alright, 100,000 people voted for Louis the 14th, right? The Sun King is going sundown. The This is where cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose. Ha! The theory of relativity! What? I gotta write this down. Hey, Mr. Riot! Maybe you know, was Mr. Relativity German, or was he British? Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that was his name? I don't... From Team McDonald's? That's fair. That's actually fair. I forgot we were fighting McDonald's. How did they... I don't think that's how chalk lines work. I don't think you can draw them like this. That is... You guys remember Silly Bands? Hold up. Do you guys remember Silly Bands? Silly Bands were the best. Hold up. Let's pull up some Silly Bands. What was your guys' favorite Silly Bands? Is whoever's here in chat right now even old enough to remember Silly Bands, I wonder? Hopefully, but if not, that's fine too. These things are great. I am just reminiscing on Silly Bands. One of the few trends I actually got into when I was a kid. You guys remember the ones that would change color in the sun? That was something. I think I only ever had like 1 or 2 of those though, so they were rare. That was part of the black market trade of my elementary school. Until I went to middle school and the black market trade became gum. We'd carry around like 25. It's the first one safe of 10 votes is Mr. Bob Jr. Again, can you explain to me what's being voted on and what's happening? Is there a camera somewhere? It's right there! I understand you're like reffing for this. What are you reffing for? Anyway. Silly Bands were something crazy though. Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. Sheriff, like I said before, this is our claim. You'd best be moseying along, unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. Scary. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? Well, the little filly's got a good nose on her. You want to know who rides that red Mustang with the body in her saddle, eh? Please. No problem, partner. About the time for victuals anyway. I just find you a Vesa you like. Inspector's office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? North to south. Look up Victuals, Saloon, Conversa. Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's office. Wait, hold up. So if Bob Jr.'s safe, and Bommy's safe, doesn't that only leave me and someone else? Am I gonna be executed here? What happens if I get voted out? Are they gonna send a hit team after me? So I may have skipped that line, but I think it was just saying, here's room 1202, high pro. In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like, just keep your paws off our claim. Right, great. Great, maybe there's some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out. Excuse me, were you two all set? Us? Who are you? Why do you have onigiri on your head? What's this? She couldn't be. You're selling lunches? Here? This is a crime scene! She does look like she's selling box lunches. Hello! Half and half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Some crunchy goodness coming at you. Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area is off limits to anyone without clearance, especially passers-by. Or are you officers? No, but you don't exactly look like the type to have clearance. Oh, that's hardly any way to greet someone, even if my days as the cough-up queen are over. Cough-up? Huh? No, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. I saw the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective. What? A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, cough up, Queen. Tell us what happened. The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Great, another one. Can we talk about the fact that she's just like, ah yes, let me wear rice balls on my head and cut up a hot dog and wear it as, what is that, the choker? Like, what exactly is going on with her fashion sense? It could use some work. What exactly is going on here? That is a very, very good question. Somehow, I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know the daily special on Friday every week is salmon. Destiny? Was yesterday special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of inequity. I cannot pin down her personality. I can't pin it down. It's impossible. I keep trying. At first I was doing a customer service voice, and then I was trying to do like a little more vindictive, and then now she's a chuny? What is going on? Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all about blackening the name of innocence. And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. Bob, you are eliminated. Sure is safe. What are they eliminated from? Are we killing people? Are they eliminated from life? Are they sent to the gallows? What's going on? I keep making an X with my arms, just forgetting that people can't see it. I need to get better at expressing myself using my model. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce. So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutors convention yesterday. I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the Cough-Up Queen. What does that mean? What does that mean? Ew. The most heinous of all the evil ones. The one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all! Really? Really what? I'm confused. One thing's clear. This lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. Is she the queen of, like, making food that's so bad that you just hack it back up? I don't understand. I feel like I'm missing out on critical information. Make it stop. Make it make sense. So what exactly was it what you witnessed, Miss Star? It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath. See Lana Skye wield that knife so... Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his silvery ties to this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears. And the rhythmic beat of Lana Skye's knife. Wait a second, you know Lana Skye? Of course. It's quite a feat, becoming chief prosecutor. How many lunchboxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels light. Why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Star? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell... The kind you can only tell someone who's tried... The kind you can only tell someone who has tried General Rousseau's Trilobite lunch set. Never mind, you win. Trilobite?! I don't even want to appreciate part of a Trilobite's flavor. Actually, when I was younger, I remember we went to, like, a PetSmart or something, and we got Trilobite eggs, I think? But when I was younger, I was under the impression they were extinct, but they're not, are they? Or are they? Hold up. Yeah, they're extinct. I don't know what they were, but, like... They were sold to me as a little kid as, like, the eggs of an extinct animal. And I'm like, that doesn't sound right. There's a lot that's wrong with that, actually. For obvious reasons, they didn't hatch. Yeah, 521 million years ago? That sounds about right. Like, where did she get a trilobite from, anyway? Wouldn't it be fossilized by now? Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass-walled booth? I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. So, to scientifically analyze the data available so far, you, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis. Not. Did you have a bad experience with a prosecutor, Miss Star? I'd sense some hostility. Hostility? Perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kind of like 10-day-old clams in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Star was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. That'd be a sure case of food poisoning. Scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now you're talking cough-up queen. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. I don't know how to pin her down at all. It almost feels like I was talking to 3 different characters there. You recognize? Well, actually, can I... Sergeant Bruce Goodman. What else would they use? Letters, silly. They're the reason we have a written language in the first place. True. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. ID Yabadab. See? Wouldn't that be better? Yabadab? Oh, it does have a certain ring to it. Exactly my point. It doesn't take much to amuse her. Anything else on this? Oh. Police department. Hey, this is actually written out. Hold up. I'm having trouble rotating it, but there's actually something on here. Nope, can't make it out, but there's definitely something written there. Oh well. Can I investigate my attorney's badge? Am I an attorney still? Hmm? Oh, here's my ID. So this is what the back of the badge looks like. And I always thought it had a safety pin. Each badge has a number carved into it. That way you can tell which attorney it belongs to. You mean you couldn't lend your badge to anyone? No, I'd be found out right away. Well, that's no fun. 26381. Why does it have a screw? Wouldn't a safety pin be a lot easier to deal with? Yet, do you have to screw these into your suit? Oh, I actually have a badge of my own. It's not an attorney's badge. I'm back. We check OBS to make sure my voice is still coming through. Okay. It's not a attorney badge, but it is a Pokemon badge from a convention I went to once. Recently actually. There's this artist. I don't remember their name. Oh wait, it's here. It's Claude Monet. There's this artist that made a bunch of really cool Pokemon drawings that you can find online if you look them up. And they had a Galactica City gym badge tournament. And I got a badge, and so I know you guys can't see it, and I can't really just set up a webcam right now to show you guys. Not that I'm really in any mood to be on camera anyway, but yeah, I have a Pokemon gym badge, and it's pretty cool, and I have never worn it because I don't really think they're the kind of thing you wear. But hey, if I ever wanted to, I got one. I thought about getting a a case, like a badge case. I'm just thinking of badges right now, honestly. This has nothing to do with Ace Attorney, but I was thinking of getting a badge case while I was there. Actually, when does Gen Con happen anyway? It's like August 1st, right? Or something? Gen Con's the next con that comes up for me. I probably shouldn't say much more than that, though, should I? Okay. Anyway. I still don't know if I'll go or not. Let me check. How much does it cost to go? Because you have to pay to sign up for these. I actually had a really interesting experience with last year's Comic-Con. I went to this year's too, but where I was just like sitting there like sighing to myself, if only I could go to Comic-Con. That sounds like it'd be like a lot of fun. And then my friend who was in call with me was like, Kyle, you're an adult now, you can do that. And I just like like sit up, turn around, like, hey kids, you're right, I am an adult now. I have a car and money, I can just do that. How much does it cost to go to Gen Con? If it's like $70 for a day, I'm not going. I don't want to make it a... Fine, we'll do this later. Why does it always have to be so complicated? Why can't you just give me a price? Oh well. We're getting back on topic. My ADHD feels like it's better? Worse? Eh, it's more interesting, I'll tell you that much. Oh, I can't even... Huh, weird. An oil drum. Looks like it's filled with water. It's heavy. I can't even budge it. The drum over here is on its side. Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout. I think you'll probably just get arrested. In fact, you may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. What? I'm not suspicious. This wall is in our way. It's got a faucet for water. Wait, I know. This wall is merely a facade hiding the truth. This is no wall, but a water tank! I failed to see how it makes any difference either way. It's a wall-shaped water tank? That's very strange, isn't it? Oh, there's vents up here. Danganronpa's ruined my brain. I can't see vents anymore. Not even Among Us, by the way. I just see vents and I'm like, I wonder if anything rolled down them. Look, a stylish glass-walled room. Very nice. You can see the whole parking lot from in there. It says security. Perhaps it's a cafe. Huh? Cafe security. Yeah, that must be it. Let's check it out later. I hate to break it to you, but I think that's probably just a security guard office. Huh? You know, I scored a 97 on my science test the other day. I really don't have a test for common sense. Hey, Nicholas Phoenix Wright, even though I know that's not your name, let me tell you something. Nicholas Phoenixian Wright. Common sense is overrated. Common sense is just the mind of the masses. You should at least strive to have uncommon sense. Maybe rare sense. Oh, me? I've got legendary sense. Is there anything else to look at around here? Maybe if I, like, show her this, a defense attorney must be able to fight. How about you? Do you think you can win? How about tackling Lunchland's Pickle Supreme lunchbox? Wow, it's really crunchy. A box of pickles? It's kind of a sad lunch if you ask me. Do you guys ever, did you guys ever just eat pickles late in the night when you were hungry for things? No? That's a me thing? Okay, well, I like pickles. At least I used to. I haven't had them in a while. I have found better snack foods, and also just reduced my need to have snack foods. About this card. Lunchland vendors only accept cash, no cards. Especially not a card belonging to someone else. No, this is not a credit card. It's an ID card. It belongs to a detective. And you're showing this to me, the lunch lady. Why? That's like showing a fine honeyed ham to a detective. Why do I always feel like I'm being mocked? Is there anything else I can talk about with you? No, not really. Can I go farther? Oh yeah, the High Prosecutor's me when I start talking about my Pokemon Gym badge and forget that we were supposed to be going somewhere. No? That code over there, it's like Edgeworth's. Wait, is it like Edgeworth's? It is Edgeworth's, isn't it? Just what is this room anyway? This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job. Quite a change from your office, really. Thanks. Look, look! There's a trophy or something here. A trophy? What, that shield? It takes real nerve to display stuff like this. Whoever's office says there must be a real stuck-up jerk. Phoenix right. You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice. Hey, it's our buddy Edgy! Long time no see, Edgeworth. Huh? Ah! Mr. Edgeworth! You know him from somewhere? Of course! I'm his biggest fan! My sister's introduced us once and... Right, her sister's the chief prosecutor, after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I have been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No, did I? No! It was just Mr. Right here, he... Hey, don't blame me! We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? The body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot. That would be my car. What of it? What? Your car? I'll say one thing, she certainly can't scream. I'm not gonna scream. Before we interrogate Edgy Boy, it's only been about an hour, but I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, we're mostly back. I just need to grab another bottle of water. You know, you'd think I would realize this is a very vicious cycle at some point, but I won't, because stay hydrated, folks. If you don't stay hydrated, you're gonna turn into a cactus or something. And I don't exactly know what I expect to happen after that, but either your body hair will just become spiky and sword-like, or you'll be green? No, this analogy is not working very well. Maybe it means that you can survive in the desert without much water. No, that wouldn't be from not drinking enough water. That would be from not needing to drink enough. Look, okay, this was a bad analogy. I can accept that. I picked something at random. As I tend to do. I'm a very impulsive person, but I like to call it decisiveness. Anyway, though, let's interrogate Edgy Boy. So the body was found in your car. Go ahead, say it, Mr. Wright. You think I did it, didn't you? After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean... Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then? Yes, sir. Emma Sky. It's nice to meet you again. That didn't sound forced at all. Ah, now I remember. You've really grown. I'll admit it. I'll admit it was a surprise for me too. To think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand. Wait, what did you say? Lana Sky is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. You? Mr. Edgeworth. To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean? Rumors. You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What? That's crazy! Some people need very little excuses to think ill of others. It's a fact of life. Impossible to stop. But some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That bronze shield? There's gotta be a story behind that one. This is the Ace Attorney cancel culture call out. If someone is being canceled, just look at all sides of the argument. Don't just immediately assume that they bad. I was talking to someone earlier today, actually, that I've only met one other time. They were a vocal instructor, but I was talking to them, and we somehow got on the topic of Rurouni Kenshin and how the author is like pretty terrible guy. I don't remember exactly what he did. I'll look into it sometime later. But he sucks, apparently. Me when I tell you not to judge people's being canceled or not before you show each sides, before you like look at both sides. I think the Rurouni Kenshin author is pretty universally accepted. That guy sucks. I think his guilt has been proven. I don't know what it is though. Anyway, we started talking about like the era of 2015 to 2018 or so, where like all of the people I grew up watching here on YouTube kept getting canceled like one after another. And she didn't name any names, but she was like, yeah, there was this one guy that I really like watching, and he got canceled, and then he came back months later and he had the receipts, and I just like finger gun at her, and I'm like, Pro Jared, like, he's the man. He is the one guy. Still done some questionable things, but that's honestly not my place to judge necessarily. At least it's nothing like morally questionable. Morally black, I guess. Anyway, we're not talking about Pro Jared. I just thought it was interesting that it came up out of almost nowhere. Chief Prosecutor Sky? Yes, we first worked together on a case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago. I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then why? Why did you stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon? To be specific, it was the knife I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Edgeworth's knife had into the blood record, yep. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, can't you take a joke? You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. Let's investigate this knife here. This must be the victim's blood, right? Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling an apple. What's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild. Edgeworth? In the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman. Now there's a scary thought. Hiker Edgeworth isn't real. Hiker Edgeworth can't hurt you. Ah, right. You've noticed my chessboard. This is where I go. This is my chessboard. You see. This is where I go when I need to spin the chessboard around. Okay. Anyway, let's look at the shield thing. I've been wondering, what the heck is this? It has a big K on it. Ugh, of prosecutors. What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Prosecutors? It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. What? So? So that K, that's... K stands for King? Yeah, you got a problem with that. I didn't design the thing. King of Prosecutors. Kind of like Employee of the Month, only better. King of Prosecutors trophy added to the core record. Given to Edgeworth, King of Prosecutors. No, I kind of get why he's upset about it when you say it like that. Edgeworth, King of Prosecutors. Yeah, no, actually, now that you mention it. It is a little silly. Huh? What's this? Hey, check it out! There's a metal plate here. Huh. Looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow. One guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he must be a foreigner? Yeah, that's probably it. Oh, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Von Karma sometime. And she says it, his name does kind of have a ring to it. Von Karma's a sick name. I mean, if we met someone else with the name Von Karma, I'm sure they'd be lovely. It's a great name, after all. Mr. Edgeworth has such a comfy sofa. Sofas like this make me want to curl up and take a nap. I bet he pores over his case files until the wee hours of the morning. Then he takes off his jacket, rolls up his sleeves, and goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow. I don't believe it. He's actually daydreaming about Edgeworth working. And in the morning he has sofa hair, and little creases in his cheeks from the seams. He's so cool! Sofa hair is cool? I don't really know exactly what you mean by sofa hair. Like, I sleep on my side, but I fall asleep on my couch a lot, but it doesn't affect my hair at all, really. If anything, wearing my headphones right now is affecting my hair much more than sleeping on a sofa would be. Alright, let's keep pushing on. I don't know how long this trial is, but we have nothing so far, so... This trial gives me the idea that it was made specific. Hold up. I'm gonna look this up. Were there additions to the Ace Attorney trilogy? Okay. I don't know. Oh yeah, Ace Attorney 4, 5, and 6 are being remastered, aren't they? When was that revealed? About a month ago? I only heard about it yesterday, though. But hey, I remember there was someone I went to school with, who, like, would always watch, like, I'm not sure if she was just watching the clips of Ace Attorney, or if she was watching someone play them. But I do remember, she would always watch the Apollo Justice games, but I don't actually know anything about Apollo Justice. So we'll get there someday, probably. I wonder if that game will be out by the time I'm done with Ace Attorney 3. Well, maybe not. With how I'm going, probably not. A work desk. It's quite tidy, as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use and easy on the eyes. It's polished so well I can see my own reflection. What? Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't. He'll sue you. And he'd win. Hey, a chessboard! I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like blue's in a bit of a tight spot. The red knights have surrounded the blue pawn. Huh? Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges. And check out that poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kind of reminds me of you. Mr. Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright? Hedges surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. Nah, that's nothing. That's not really that's not a spicy situation to be in at all. Does he even have a king? I guess that'd be the frilly red piece. Wait, the knights? There's only one knight. I mean, maybe the chessboard is different than what we actually see, but I tend to think that's not the case. Why does he have this? What is this? I want to look at so much in Edgeworth's office. Whoa! These are all case files? They're stacked up to the ceiling. That's even a ladder. Odd. I thought Edgeworth wasn't good with heights. He must have someone get them for him. Strange. Why did I just picture Gumshoe? You must study these case reports so closely. He's so cool! You wouldn't say that if you saw him sweating bullets up on that ladder. Edgeworth doesn't have... Edgeworth's bad with heights? Is that new information? It feels like it. You'd think with him being... Well, maybe it actually is trauma from being in the elevator, actually. Ooh, cute! What a pretty tea set! I got more for the instant tea bags myself. Amazing! The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend! What an exquisitely splendid concoction. There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Hey, don't hate on tea. I have like 200 tea bags in my cabinet right now. Like, I have a little bit of Earl Grey. I have what else do I have? I have some chai. I have some caramel vanilla chai. That's really good, but I only have one bag of it left, so I've been saving it for a special occasion. I've got a lot of just basic British tea. That's what I prepare most of the time because it's very easy to make and it's very easy to just it's hard to get it wrong. And the thing I'm most scared about in cooking is getting it wrong. There's a scene, editor, if we do in fact get to editing this, editor, put the clip from Higurashi. I am that when it comes to cooking. I am surprised I have not burned my house down yet. My, what an amazing bouquet. Just right for Edgeworth. No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead. Wendy. Wendy? I've heard that name somewhere before. And beside it, a giant steel samurai! Wow, I want one! Huh? There's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place. Wendy. Wendy. Is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiancé? I don't think so. Her name was Wendy. Wow, this jacket's even lacier than his usual ones. This must be his lucky trial jacket. Lucky jacket, right. I've never seen him wear it. I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture. He's getting way too excited about this. Is that... Oh. Whoa! What a view! Must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor. I guess you would feel important. Incidentally, were you to jump out of this window, the time until impact with the ground would be... Got it! Approximately 3.23 seconds! That's handy to know. Is it? Is it right? Is it handy to know? Do you need to talk to someone? What kind of... She's weird. I don't think I like her. Like, she's fine, but I miss Maya already. Not that I really have a problem with her. Say, Edgeworth, I was wondering about this. Mr. Wright! Huh? What? Are you sure you should be showing that to Mr. Edgeworth? Oh. He'll take it for sure, won't he? I wish I could be on the same side as Mr. Edgeworth. But then my sister would be found guilty. If she sighs any deeper, I'm gonna start getting depressed. Do I have somewhere else to be going? Is there a button I can hit to, like, go in examination mode? No, I just hit every possible button. I'm not missing anything, am I? I don't think so. I think we got all the clues we're gonna get from here, given that this isn't the scene of the crime. Let's go back to the parking lot. Just where am I supposed to be going? I feel a little bit lost. Was this the knife you saw? Did you take a look at this? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. She didn't even look at me. Yeah, you must have to brew the leaves a long time to get rich flavor like this. We pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing. I knew it! So that's the secret to their aroma. Exquisite. The only thing I'm smelling here is wasted time. By the way, why is Edgeworth's room the High Prosecutor's office? I mean, I guess that makes him the High Prosecutor. I thought that our client was the High Prosecutor. Oh, well, she's out. Let's go to our... No, we're not gonna find anything here either. I'm so confused. I get confused with this game so easily because I expect it to be... I don't have, like, a, when I examine, I can't do anything else. Maybe I'm missing some evidence on these. I mean, we saw everything here, right? It's blood. It's not really much to say about the bloody knife. Just what am I supposed to be looking for? Maybe I should just start presenting things to Edgeworth. So basically, this says you were the best of the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin somewhere else, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why's that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works. Yeah. I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about his award for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? Why do I have to show him the shield to talk about the day of the crime? That seems like a very... Could you tell me more about yesterday, the day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. It's an annual review and awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Edgeworth pride ourselves on our precision, Mr. Wright. No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. There's parking stub added to the court record. This is the parking stub from the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. So the murder happened right after you got back. What, right? I'd appreciate it if you direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Who are you? Excuse me, buddies, Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm Edgeworth. What is it? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief. I've got your report, sir. Report? What? Did you find new evidence of the case against Chief Prosecutor Skye? I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. Skye, sir? No, sir. No name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir. Huh? I think I just heard Edgeworth with lid blow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? I need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but this, sir. I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the particulars of your arrangement with us, sir. Give me your name. Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Right, Officer Meekins. Take your report and leave. And good luck with that raise next month. But sir, I didn't know! Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave our brains and good luck. Right. Yes, sir. Ah, you got me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's do what he says, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. Seems to have finally calmed down, at least. I can't believe all of that off of a shield. Police department entrance is new. Hey, that cardboard cutout, it had something to do with the thing that we saw earlier, right? We're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me. It took almost 30 minutes by taxi, and traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? I've only ever been to criminal affairs next door. Huh? Hold on, what's that? Wait, this game has emotion? Disturbing! Why does it undulate like that? Oh wait, I know. This is the Blue Badger. They're trying to make him the police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he does seem familiar somehow. Forget the Blue Badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the Blue Badger. Uh-oh. He noticed me. He sure is running over here fast. Hey, pal! What are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why were you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey! I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You'd better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. Why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor's confessed to the crime. She says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him. But what if she's not telling the truth? Yes, well... No! Come on, pal, there's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was faked? Hey, pal, can I speak to you for a second? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Sky's sister. Whoa! The chief prosecutor's little sister? Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. Huh? It's a sensitive issue with us these days. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh, well, nothing really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. Detective Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean, this time? And what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true. We've never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being let into criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you? I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the Badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you could be doing? The chief of police himself is directing this investigation, pal. And Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall. Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. A patrolman in charge of the scene of a crime scene. It's unheard of, pal. Alright, let's do some examination. I was wondering about that. What? The dancing blue badger? It's my masterpiece. You made this Detective Gumshoe? She threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. It's battery powered, so it can go anywhere. There's no switch, so it just dances until the batteries die. Or Blue Badger. Fated to dance until he drops. Added to the court record. I can only assume that this will be important because they'll be like, ah, well, you see, they couldn't have... Well, you see, Your Honor, I could not have possibly been the culprit because I was too busy dancing with the Blue Badger at 4 in the morning. You fool! The batteries were dead at 4 in the morning. Like, what exactly? What kind of role exactly is this gonna play in the case? The detectives in there look pretty busy. Just imagine, right now, behind those doors, the police drama's in action. Oh, hold up 1 second, guys. Alright, sorry about that. Something urgent came up, but I think it's fine now. Somehow the thought fails to excite me. Who are these guys? Look, that patrolman's suiting the other guy. Saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. And then I said, hey, you do that, your soup will get cold, buddy. That's hilarious, sir. I laughed so hard I cried. I guess he wasn't saluting, he was wiping tears from his eyes. They make a good pair. Alright, let's see here. Mr. Wright, do you know why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea. Why? Well, I think they're designed after a panda. A panda? Not that I have scientific proof. It's just a theory. Do you mind asking how you came up with that theory? It was when I was on a school trip. I saw a patrol car and it came to me. We'd just been at the zoo, see? What about zebras? Or do they not have those at your zoo? Oh, silly, right? If it was based on zebras, it would be striped. Why is it black and white? I assume it's for optimal visibility, right? But the black wouldn't. It would be optimal to just have it be clear white, but the police cars around here are often pure white. Although, I guess the police, those are more the sheriff cars. The police cars around here are actually mostly black. Why are police cars black and white? I'll look into it later. Oh. The banner here is announcing the crime-fighting campaign. Nice slogan. I wonder if they'll be selling fingerprint sets. I don't think it's that kind of campaign. What family wouldn't want to set at home? It's good for finding out who snuck in the cookie jar. I think most families can figure that out without the extra help. Did you ever try to have forensics come in and prove that you were innocent of sneaking into the cookie jar? I just said I did it. I'm based like that. I always get excited when I come to the police station. What's that? It just feels like I've jumped into a movie. Huh? You know, with all the police and criminals. Well, I don't know if this is all that exciting. Sure it is! Look at those two officers over there. They're probably talking about the latest bust. Funny, I thought they were talking about the weather. The usual wanted posters are hanging up on the bulletin board here. Now, wanted posters, that's something exciting. Because you see a wanted poster, and then, like, you see the guy just out on the street, and you're like, hey, that's the guy! And then you do absolutely nothing because he's a wanted criminal. Like, it's that's not exciting as I thought, actually. I have heard, like, stories from actual real-life, like, bounty hunters, though. They were bounty hunters that would hunt down people who didn't pay their bail bonds, specifically. So people who get out of jail on bail, and then don't, but they have to take a like a loan from the government to, like, pay their bail. If those people don't pay it back, you get an actual bounty hunter sent after you. So, and that's kind of spooky. But, like, going to jail is also kind of spooky. But, like, just don't. It's not June anymore. You can be gay. Don't do crime. The slogan has changed slightly. Do you know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anybody who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human. She has a point. Is there anything else I'm missing? No, looks like that's all. Oh wait, hold up. Let me... Oh. I can't do anything with that, but what I actually wanted to look at was this. Miles Edgeworth, 1712. This is the date of the date of the crime. The murder took place 3 minutes after Edgeworth parked his car. Only he was held up in a couple extra red lights. He wouldn't have been caught up in this whole affair. Perhaps. This goes to show you never know what'll happen when you run a yellow light. This is not what paper looks like on the back. Do you guys know any paper that looks like this? Because these are printed with thermal paper, usually. Although not always. I mean, most things are printed with thermal paper, but that's not the case for, like... Most like, slips or receipts are printed with thermal paper. To my understanding, it burns really easily, and so when they instead of inking it on, they just burn it in. Although, the paper itself is colored, so they don't have to do anything else. Actually, have I ever had a parking ticket that told me what my name was? I don't think so. Look, I'm not gonna pretend to be an expert about something I don't know about. Gumshoe, can you tell me anything about this? Huh? Hey, pal, this is a detective's ID card. You can't just keep that, you have to turn it into the police. It's people like you that get me in so much trouble all the time. And Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. But didn't you work together with him in criminal affairs? Whoa! Now I remember! Bruce Goodman! He's the victim! That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? So, this ID card belonged to the victim. He was a detective, just like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Don't you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transferal for a case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transferal. Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that, too. Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Sky called him out there to the parking lot. And Lana's confessing as much. Found in Miss Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I didn't mean... I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. The car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Or Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? We have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. We talk about Edgeworth? No, okay. What's the one? Knife. Oh, okay, yeah. But the King of... Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal! I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. Even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors. Tell me what I need to do! Tell me what I need to do! Get me out, 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 get me out. Here, what if I were an attorney? Detective, here's my attorney's badge. Show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge. Enough said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. Wait, speaking of ID cards, I found the detective's card, didn't I? Yeah, I already showed him that. As a detective, I have to keep my mouth shut on that one. I know better than to go blabbing on about the things I don't know about. No, I wouldn't want you to do that either. Good. So, What?! What?! Did I have to show him both the parking ticket and the knife to get this dialogue option? I swear, after he said we need to learn more about Edgeworth's troubles. Huh? Okay, that's it. That's it. I swear that just appeared suddenly. I looked after I got one dialogue option. I got it again, and then it appeared. I need some more water. Here's 3 water bottles. 2 of them are gonna last me a second. What in the world is going on with that? That is cursed. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. You guys ever get hurt by drinking too much cold water at once? Truthfully, I should be drinking room temperature water right now, because cold water tightens your vocal cords up a little bit because of thermal expansion or something like that, and makes your voice higher, or rather, makes it harder to do a lower voice. But it'll be fine. The only low voice I even do is Gumshoe, so. He's in a tough spot again. Again? Well, it all started with the murder of that defense attorney, Hammond. Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent. Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but there were always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're all practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to the department higher-ups. It's only natural that people will be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took this case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth's biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? We met the guy who is. What was his name? The guy in the parking lot. That'd be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the Chief of Police. Officer Marshall. Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer. From West LA. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you. Show them this and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. Detective Gumshoe's letter of introduction. I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere. Just act like you're supposed to be there and nobody will look at you twice, pal. Well, let's do just that. Alright, February 22nd, Prosecutor's Office underground parking lot. Looks like the investigation's still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry, it looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see him. Okay. Oh, still here? Hello. Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? Got a boyfriend in criminal affairs, too. Why did I phrase that so weirdly? What happened to the security guard? That's why I phrased that so weirdly. Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of a crime scene. There's something I wanted to ask you. Scene of the crime. A cold grave for men who've lost their dreams. And me? I watch over them as they sleep, dreaming of the desert's harsh judgment. He's asleep. Well, should we show this hopeless case something to catch his interest? Yeah, sure, let's do that. I do like his theme. Do you mind reading this for me? What's this? I warn ya. Fan letters to me go right into the spittoon. It's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe? Ah, that old cow dog. You holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation. I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries. This proves it's from Gumshoe better than a blood test. Guess I better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right. He's a patrolman, not a detective. This reminds me. Hey, wait a sec. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like the settler. Strike for the lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Note to self, police investigations are like settling land. Well, Mr. A, what do you say? I say I won't be needing this anymore. Just throw it into one of the oil drums over there. Back to the investigation. Alright, let's actually get to the bottom of this. Now we're getting somewhere. This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. So scientific about that. Should we check it out? Check it out. Right, let's check it out. Oh. I don't have to press that. I would press it much better. Alright, nothing to be seen here. Oh, something to be seen here. Man, what a boring strap. What's wrong with it? Everyone has different tastes, you know. Here, check out mine. It's a pink princess strap. These are hard to come by, you know. I'd say the series is popular as ever with the kids. We can zoom in and zoom out. Oh, that might be helpful. Why is it E and J? Why is J the zoom out button? This phone's still on the redial screen. Redial? Mr. Wright? Most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just you never know with people from your generation. Whatever. Let's check this phone out. He's only like 8 years older than you. That's not a whole generation. That's not a whole generation, right? Hold up. How long is a generation? I generally think of a generation as, yeah, 20 to 30 years. It's... You wouldn't call someone 8 years older than you from a different generation. They're just your senior. Like... Kids these days. Whatever. Let's check this phone out. Now, to see you're the owner of this phone called last. That's self. A defense attorney doesn't think first. He just pushes the button. That's the Steel Samurai theme, isn't it? Hey, that song! I know that! Hey, what's going on over there? Ah, oh, sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed redial on that there phone, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is this, anyway? It's on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Sky. What? It's my sister's? Have I been calling her Chief Prosecutor this entire time? Is that what I've been calling her? Hey, was that not her name? She barely dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now, I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now, one of those newfangled ringtones. Oh, that? Oh. I'm sorry, that was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone, a wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. They shoot you for most things in Texas. Uh-oh, I've incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman. Oh, cell phone added to the court record. Well, let's take a look at Edgeworth's car. This appears to be the car where the body was found. It looks like the lock on the trunk is busted. The crime scene took place in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. Quite a luxury car. It just screams, I have money to burn! Yeah, prosecutors get the big bucks. This rope is a... Yep. They laid it in the outline of the victim's body. So wait... The victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him! You've gotta be the only person I know that would come to that conclusion. Oh. I thought maybe by looking at the different cards we would get different information, but no. No, that's not necessarily the case. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. Look, something's written on it. 67S or 675? 67S122. There's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Maybe it fell out of his pocket when he was killed. Well, so? What does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? This south for deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth now, right? I'm sure Edgeworth won't know what this means either. Goodman's note added to the court record. Alright, what else we got? Oh? This mesh? B block is through here. That's where visitors park. I can see the Lunchland carved over there, far in the distance. Hey, you're right. I like the cute design of the door. I can see a cartoon cow munching down on a juicy-looking steak. Doesn't that strike you as a little creepy? Just don't think too deeply about it and you'll be fine. Yeah, that is a little... But animals eat their own all the time. That's normal. Air quote. Asterisk. Anything else to do here? Oh. A block. This area is reserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are relegated to B block. I dream of the day when I'll be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. Okay, let's look at the evidence real quick. Oh, I can't examine it. Alright, well, I guess we don't need to look at the evidence. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Good men always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be a little more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Well, aren't you a feisty doggy there now? Detective Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. A smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. One stab to the chest. A fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Goodman's autopsy report added to the court record. 1 hour, 1 knife wound. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. That's a strange autopsy report, isn't it? Usually you would say died within an hour. Usually you would say, like, within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Okay. So when they got to him, rigor mortis had set in. Wait, what? No, that's strange. I mean, forensics isn't... Okay, don't worry about it. It'll probably make more sense why it's 4 p.m. later anyway. Was my sister involved with the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prospector Sky and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together on a case a few years back. So then there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why I didn't do much work with the Chief Prospector. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here, to this parking lot? So it seems. I call an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective? You're calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. They do. Huh? I was one of them fancy shoot detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina? So why are you in charge? No reason. We're just short on hands right now. I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime. That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. He's nothing but a sad old cow dog who can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, eh? Edgeworth. That cow dog's been kicked out of this cattle run. Ordered by a chief of police. Just you don't realize it yet. Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? So there's no connection between Goodman and my sister? That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. And the prospector tomorrow is none other than... No, that should say prosecutor, right? What is a prospector? Or a prospector, rather. What does a prospector do? No, that's a mineral. That's someone who... What's the role of a prospector? No. What is it? We measure, find treasure, pond specters never die. I should have known. But still, I am starting to think that he just doesn't know what a prosecutor is. And the prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate decided, Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall. Yeah, Bambina? How can you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's a blow into through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill wind, someone's up to something here. But who? Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth been flying around for about 2 years now. Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Lana Sky. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets, some people load them with deals. What, you're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taking out the case? Did they target him because he was closest to Edgeworth? So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. So, you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana's confessing to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma. Yeah? I know that song your phone plays when it rings. What? It's a Steel Samurai's theme song, isn't it? That popular TV show for kids. The phone rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place. Your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you talked about? She hung up right away. I see. The detective's murdered and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here. I don't think the real culprit's been introduced yet, so that doesn't surprise me. So your progress up to this point, let's do it. Day 2, trial former? Trial former? Oh, I guess maybe it's just before the trial, but that doesn't sound right. You want to call it trial former. I'm gonna be right back. Alright, I think I need a little hit of energy. So, because I'm suddenly feeling a lot more tired than I feel like I realistically should be. So, I went to the store a while back and I got this weird Twix flavored iced coffee. How much is in this anyway? 13 ounces? Okay. I don't really drink coffee, but I don't hate most coffee. I just hate black coffee. because it's too strong for me. I've been to Starbucks like exactly once, and I made the most basic move I could possibly do, and got like pumpkin spice latte or something, and like it was good, but who would pay so much for it? Still though, I didn't think I'd be using this like this, but I don't think I plan to really use coffee as an energy drink anyway. Tastes pretty good actually. Ought to help a little bit with my energy. All right, let's keep moving. Obviously, it hasn't hit yet, but oh, shake well. Damn, I didn't do that. Oh well. Let's get moving. It's bubbling up like chocolate milk or something. December 23rd, 9:34 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. How did the investigation go, Mr. Sune, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there are still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? A defense attorney should never believe their client. Huh? The defendant is called to the trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there's one decisive difference between you and her. And that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. Guys, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna be able to, I don't think we're gonna prove her innocence if she walks up there and is like, I'm guilty, I did it, it was me, I stabbed him, I did it and I'll do it again. Like, I get the strangest idea that we're not winning that one. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's going to bail me out at this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole time. You probably won't be much help, though. I hope she is instrumental to the case. February 23rd, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Hey, this is the highest we've been. Is this the mighty number 9? Maybe. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana... He was calling her a prospector wrongly. Huh. He's just an idiot. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office slot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay with her rashness with her life. There was a witness to a crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Star, to the stand. Hmm? Alright, we're back. Sorry, something came up. Haven't I seen you somewhere? You ordered the caviar lunch, right? Oh, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. This is really wolfing it down. Ah, and for you, I have a fiesta bowl. Ah, thanks? Will the witness state her name and profession? Ah, and you, sir. Did you order the fingerprint lunch box? It's too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty, it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name. Profession. Now. Me? The name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up! Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call in the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. What exactly does that mean? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective. What? Miss Star was a detective? Ah! Aha! I know who you are. Cough up? Cough up Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Star. Just who is this lady? I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot of the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutors' spaces, yes? The crime took place by a car in the back of A block, in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Parking lot floor plan added to the court record. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. Seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright? I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give them their worst, Miss Star. Wait, are they talking about me? I don't take kindly to the fact the judge is like, sure, crush his dreams if you can. Please do. This guy's been a thorn in our side for a while. He keeps accusing people of him being an attorney, and I don't really get it. Let's cross-examine this. Somehow I always knew a day like this would... This is not the same thing! Somehow I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend, when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finally home detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. I mean, that's a pretty solid testimony, I'm gonna be honest. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend? How touching. As you can see, there is no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife, which you saw being stabbed into Goodman. So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Just what are we gonna find in her testimony that's wrong? Knew a day like this would come. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime, yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted, given that they're used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim.
Killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt that I'd found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I'm a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well. You may continue, Mr. Starr. My thing is that if she was fired and hates prosecutors, then maybe she has a motive to want to frame the chief prosecutor. But she'd still have to physically be there because of the fact that her phone was there. No, that's not actually true. If she could have gotten someone to get a hold of her phone, it'd have to be a co-conspirator. Someone in the police department. Wait, not the police department, the... Huh? A co-conspirator. She had at least 2 boyfriends in the building, right? I wonder, are you our culprit? It seems a little early. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend, the security guard. That boyfriend? You have several? Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applications. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. Not the self, the judge had to think before replying. The security guard room is in the lot, in A block. It's up on the 2nd level, so you can see everything from down there. That would be the room with a security sign. Incidentally, did you bring up lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I'm parked in B block. So she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. And I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. You sensed something? So you're saying you had a premonition of the murder? It felt like... How would you say... Oh yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. I have no idea what that means. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim, Mr. Bruce Goodman, also a detective? Yes, well, he was like young cheese. Young cheese? A pale white cheese, not tangy with experience on the streets. A greenhorn. And I must be hard, yellowed, and sharp as a tack. Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, in the lot I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Through the wire fence I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. By garish car, you mean Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it? Indeed, it was. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you are sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Witness! In your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo! You're a biased witness! You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter. Crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph! You took this? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap. I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera. I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this is most certainly the defendant. Uh-oh, that is unmistakably Lana Skye. So, what was the defendant doing at that time? The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand. Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are, by nature, well-versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean, a person. Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor. So the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Goodman's chest. Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late? Yes. The next moment, the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon. I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panicking next to me makes me calmer. So don't smile like that. I press the witness for everything, though. Just what are we trying to get here? No, really, just what are we trying to do here? Okay, let's run through the important parts again. This was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through a wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garage car. Give me a second. It's not going to be this simple, but this is the B block. It doesn't particularly matter what cars were there at the time, right? She could still have definitely seen through the wire fence Edgeworth's car. Huh. Actually, wait a minute. Just how were you planning to get that box lunch to your boyfriend anyway? I don't really care if this is right or wrong, I just want to know. Your Honor! That statement contradicts this evidence. No? Okay. Because we couldn't get to B block from that side. Traces of victim's blood, no prints. The witness statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Objection here, say. A knife in her right hand, then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Goodman's chest. Did I forget something? You mean Edgeworth's car? Incidentally, the knife was also Edgeworth's. The person you saw, you sure it was the defendant? No further than 30 feet away, certain it's her. Wait a minute. Let's take a better look at this photo. Okay, I don't know, this is pretty damning, I'm gonna be honest. Assuming this photo's not doctored, because I don't think she could do that. She's literally standing there, wearing gloves, with a bloody coat, over the trunk. The only thing that's missing is a body. Like... Actually, where did the knife go? court why you didn't stop this crime. Fortunately, the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. And her right arm is the one with the blood on it. Actually, no, that's kind of strange, isn't it? Wouldn't her gloves have blood on them? And you witnessed this. You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with a knife. As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure that's a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. Look at this photograph! This is the photograph you took at the very moment of the crime, is it not? And why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Ahem. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing. And how can you tell that? Blood splatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat. But it's a black and white photo. Ah, yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem, except you. Mr. Wright, are you gonna just sit there and take that kind of abuse? You got a better idea? Objection! Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold and calculating, like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not have been wearing those gloves! Ah! Those gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder, a serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves? Like driving gloves? The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves of the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one could make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. Ah! Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr. This is bad. She's got them thinking this was all planned. She can prove this claim. The trial's already over. I've got to think of a way to show that this wasn't premeditated. It's only a flesh wound. Okay, we get it. How are we gonna prove this wasn't premeditated? No, I went too far. No! No! Ah! Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. Wait. She skipped some lines, but okay. There's two ways we could go with this. Either Edgeworth just got there, or we... Oh. I think we go for the phone. Why would she make a call right after? No? Okay, so that's wrong. So then my first thought was what was correct. Or I'm wrong. I don't think this is right either. Nope. Okay. Give me one moment. Alright. Wait, what? Sorry, let's say text box was off. Oh, transparency. Okay. And it was proved the rubber gloves Just what am I looking for? Death due to loss of blood. One knife wound. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Blood loss. It's not a very good way to do a premeditated murder. Alright, well, that's game. Ugh, I must be on the wrong track. That's enough. This court sees no reason for the Sky guilty. Are there bad ends for this? The accused will surrender to the court immediately. Be held pending trial. I actually never seen this. Oh, it just kicks you out? Oh, fun. Make it. Okay, let's think. Somehow I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver my lunchbox to my boyfriend when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. What if we just object with the photo again? Alright, reload. Alright, well, what about the fact that his ID fell? That doesn't really prove anything, though. This is the most desperate I've actually been in a trial, come to think of it. Other than that one other time. It was premeditated. That's true! If it was premeditated, she would have came with a weapon. Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell boxed lunches for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? The bloody murder weapon, a red car, all belonging to the prosecutor there. Mommy, are prosecutors bad people? The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing? The murder weapon. Oh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Ugh! Order! 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 Great, now the tide's turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. She's still, like, gonna be... Here's the thing. The job of a defense attorney is, first and foremost, to prove their client innocent. Second, to reduce their sentence as much as possible if they cannot prove them innocent. Third and lastly, is to... I don't actually think defense attorneys are, in real life, at all compelled in any way to find the true culprit of a crime. Mostly because it doesn't really work out that way in real life. I'll be right back.
Here's the thing about me in this game. I'm a good enough debater, but the thing is that I learned all my debating tricks from playing a very twisted game with a very twisted witch in another VN. And that twisted logic doesn't go far when you're trying to argue in a court of law. So a lot of my arguments may seem really strange, but then again, I always start with the most wild argument I can possibly come up with, and then narrow down what I think the truth might be from there. Like, I remember I was doing something to the effect of... How do I say this without spoiling anything? It's not in a game or anything, it was in a novel. There was a murder mystery going on, and it involved a cat going to a place It involved a cat going somewhere in the snow. And so, basically, my first thing was like, well, clearly, all these incredibly specific conditions just happened to be met, and the cat went there itself in the snow because someone cleared off the snow, and then it was recovered. Clearly, a perfect crime. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care for is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution need prove. Nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing... I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now. Lana Skye intended to murder Mr. Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could... Hold up, why is this down here? That's dangerous. Sorry, I felt something cold against my foot. It was water. Like a bottle of water. Nothing else could have plunged that could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. I know where we're going with this. The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So, if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. I take that last message personally, for the record. Please do not kill me if you order pizza from me. I'm just doing my job. So now you're lying. You said you stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise! I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this. But take a look. The autopsy report states that the death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha! You're right! Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk. He's my hero, really. What about my objection? No one noticed? Well, witness? You got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice. Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify! Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. The shortest wick burns out the fastest. It's a scientific fact. I wonder, wouldn't it depend on the size of the candle? I mean, add more wax and even a really short wick will burn longer. Obviously, more scientific testing is required.
Her red muffler? Yes, like a scarf. The chief prosecutor always wears one around her neck. So she can easily be hanged at a moment's notice, I suppose. She's right. Oh, she is right. Miss Skye was wearing a red scarf, wasn't she? But wait, isn't it odd that you mistook that for splattered blood? Well, people often mistake my beard for a bib. A judge with a bib. That's why this place feels so much like kindergarten sometimes. Actually, I do think I saw some traces of blood on her chest. However, the autopsy report is clean on this matter. There was only one knife wound. Apparently, Miss Starr isn't entirely sure of her own testimony. Mr. Wright, this is our chance. Chance for what, I wonder? Miss Starr has turned out to be as short-tempered as she... Okay, we're back here. Victim all the way from the prosecutor's office. I'm sure that she held a grudge. We don't have their case records, do we? What is this gonna have to do with the crime? I don't think I want to know. There's a memo found in the car trunk. Strange, isn't it? Red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. Miss Starr, I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proved it yourself. With this photograph. He's right. I actually meant to examine it. Is the thing. I totally meant to examine this image. And I just presented it instead. Because I wanted to see if she really did have any, blood on her chest. Huh? But that can't be! Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection, chopped liver? But it was there. A scarf. No, not that, but something red. Really? Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. The most important part? The part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might be just the moment of truth. I really don't know why they're even going through all this trouble. She's confessing. Truthfully, I don't believe that she's innocent either. There's so much evidence against her. What kind of kangaroo court, like, not even the kangaroo court at this point. What kind of wild turn of events would there have to be in order for her to not be the culprit is the words that I'm looking for. Well, I mean, though, I guess this entire game is a wild series of events for people to not be the culprit. So I guess that's something. Sorry, give me just 1 second. Alright, we're back. Apprehending the suspect. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition up to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. You're quite determined about this scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. Everyone is! The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. So where is this partition on the floor plans? I'm sure she means this wall next to the car. That's right. There was a wall there, about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her for more details? Press her. She was on the other side of a mesh partition. I like to see this on the floor plans, just to be safe. The Lunchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here? That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing. The cough-up queen lunch lady athlete indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence, so she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. So how did this guy not get away? Ah yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. She mentioned the muffler? What exactly did she say? If I remember exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her was say the word muffler. Just that one word? So what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else? Yes. The chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Her phone? She can't mean. By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory... It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see. No, the court does not see, Miss Starr. The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car, there's an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently, it was out of order, and so she used her cell phone. Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should, of course, add this to your testimony. The things I do to please the rookie defense attorney. I saw it all, how she tried the phone on the wall but had to use her cell instead. Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha! I was going to ask the same thing. I'll only say this one more time, so listen close, rookies. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. Then, when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this. What is it, Mr. Wright? The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. She made to escape. Can you be more specific? She brushed aside my hand and ran. It was a terrible sight to see, like a dollop of lard on a pâté of foie gras. Huh? She even kicked over an oil drum at me. An oil drum? There was an oil drum lying on its side at the scene of the crime. But it's strange. Why's that? If she wanted to escape, why didn't she run the other way? The other... Ah! The parking lot entrance. That's right. It doesn't make any sense that she would run from behind the partition to the oil drums. Excellent. More mysteries. I wish we could solve a few before finding more, though. So Miss Sky tried to run? I'm sorry my sister's so suspicious, Mr. Wright. Not as sorry as I am. But she didn't do it. You have to believe me. Alright, what exactly are we using here? You wouldn't have been able to see that, would you? Star, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Sky. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought you'd be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, that's true. You couldn't possibly have seen Miss Sky making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the backside of this partition. If indeed you were in Block B, you couldn't have seen it! What? Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch. She's coughing up lies. Ugh. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question. Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about... Ooh. We're gonna save. I think she lied about what she saw. She lied about what she saw. In other words, she didn't see Miss Sky using that emergency phone. It does seem hard to imagine how she could have. Very logical. What's the matter, Star? Cat got your lunchbox? Mr. Wright, I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory, but why would Miss Star lie like that? Huh? How would she say that my sister had tried to use the phone but failed? It doesn't make any sense. Why lie about something so insignificant? Oh. Dang, she's right. I mean, maybe she really did see her try to use the emergency phone. I see no room for doubt here. You ordered the patootie on rice, right? Mr. Wright, and I thought you had something there. In that case, she lied about the order of events. Or where she saw it from. Why would the order of events be any different, other than her just climbing it? I think she lied about where... Miss Sky tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What's significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Star to lie about it. Pointless to lie. I see. Let's say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. It would mean... Miss Star witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I've ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. The place where Miss Star witnessed this crime was here. It's in the security room, right? This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room? Indeed, the security guard room is in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor, so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Star, how many years have I been getting the better of men? I think the tables could be turned. Today a man has got the better of Angel Star. Order! Order! Witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. And I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? Is she talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Star lie? It doesn't make sense. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. Huh? That truth still stands. How did she get that picture? It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without good reason. So tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. A star witnessed the crime from the security guard station. She lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference, but what? What would change? Angle of view to the crime. So the crime happened in B block? But how? How would that make any sense? She'd have to get the body over the fence and into Edgeworth's car? But Edgeworth just got there. Huh? Why, the angle at which she saw the crime occur would change. The angle? What do you mean? Well, the security guard station is on the second floor, and, she would have sort of had more of a 3D view of the crime. And this is important. Why? Perhaps you'd like to reconsider, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you'd like to reconsider. That's enough. We're done here. Well, that was, not my best work. Hey, wait a minute. Wasn't that save point a little while back? Well... Man, I should be a little more careful with this. Oh well. Security room. Security guard room. Okay, so let's think about this while we're going on about it. So the crime had to take place in the B block for her to have a picture of the fence. Alternatively, she could have done something incredibly strange and like climbed over the fence and then taken a picture, but that doesn't make any sense at all. She lied and said it was from B block. It might just make a vital difference. Distance to the crime. Difference in lighting. I can't imagine the lighting would really change anything. Wait, I forgot to save. Changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Skye? Well, witness, you. Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? The quality of my lunch has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. So you went around the long way. The door was locked? Yeah, that's right, the door was locked. That's why I had to go through the visitors parking in B block. That's quite a detour. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes?! This changes things considerably. But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it! I have photographic evidence! I swear it! I swear it on my finest plastic spork! You'd have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely. Uh-oh. Is this bribery? Does this count as bribery? Like, I feel like there's something going on here. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. have any evidence to stop this? Do we have any evidence to stop this? Yeah, what am I saying? I've never not had evidence before. I might not know what it is yet, but I'll figure it out. 5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest. Think about it. You could make pasta in that amount of time. If you look at Al Dente. I've got lunchboxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie. A 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange? If you were a criminal, what would you do with your 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey! Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run, but this time was different. Miss Sky dawdled to the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act that way. It's inconceivable. Yeah! Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and has a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth is the next witness ready to go. Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. That was too close. I'm afraid that the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned. Who said that? It's her? Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the ones you tried to force off on me. I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. By decisive evidence. What was that? Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Star. Ah. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Whoa, triple decker. I don't get why it's all lunchboxes. Hey, writing team. We need a character. Do you have any compelling character traits that you think that players will like in a character? Ah, yeah. What if she sells lunchboxes? That doesn't really seem like a character trait. Not with that attitude, doesn't. Like, what's going on? Why is it all lunchboxes? Why has it always been all lunchboxes? Oh well. Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she going to pull out of her lunchbox this time? Hello there, Firewall. I'm doing good. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One was, of course, the victim's. And the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. What? There was blood found on that shoe. Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first I've heard of this evidence? Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood tests performed. Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective, as I mentioned previously. This shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you a favor, go into the menu, go to the text box and set it on high. I could do that. I don't really have a preference either way. I guess that does look a little better, doesn't it, actually? Thanks for that. I kinda like that. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth's looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. Prosecution's complaint notwithstanding, it appears this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure the guilty are properly judged. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Nothing about this is decisive, by the way. She could have, just stepped in the blood. Should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. Then why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. I'm dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimony, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This is when the suspect is admitting she did it? The false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with. And now to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? And you found this shoe at the scene of the crime. I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So, like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with the shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. This shoe is my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. Oh, and the DS version text box is transparent by default? Interesting. I do like this a lot more, actually. I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now, tell us what you did next. 2 types of blood, one was the victim's. So you brought it to the forensics department. If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need it proved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert. She got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed after all. And that blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. And the other type of blood matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about blood tests, Rookie? Huh. Well, speak up. Well, blood comes in 4 types, A, B, O, and AB. However, you can't tell from a blood test when a murder was committed in cold blood. That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there, which means that we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just one person. Or so I hear. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's very little doubt it could be anyone but Miss Lana Skies. So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe. That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman, of Detective Saul Goodman. I was afraid he was going to say that. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. Can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. She's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do or don't you have a problem with the shoe? A problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? Let's just say sure. What could go wrong? I'm not imagining things. I said there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction! That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence. I couldn't find the button to move it for a second. There it is, isn't it? No. Oh, it's not gonna light up. Okay. There's nothing strange about stepping in blood, though. It's the blood that's on top of the shoe that's strange. Oh. Actually, no, that is strange. The problem with this evidence is here. Where? Pick that figure down and point it at your own head. I didn't hit it early enough. Okay. No, the thing I was thinking of was, specifically that, if she really did stab the man, it's likely that she would have gotten some blood on it. And I thought that what they were going to do is say that the blood on the bottom was the victim, but the blood on top was the defendant. That was my presumptions. Sure, why not? We'll try it. I wonder if you noticed there's blood on the bottom of this shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie. It'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory on the bottom of the blood on the bottom of this shoe? Now I see. There's no blood on the ground. There's no blood stain, so where did the blood come from? The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about this shoe! This picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Order! 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 Well, witness? What, huh? Quit killing, Mr. Wright? But it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction, but then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh. That's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think! Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness was more devious than I gave her credit for. They were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There's one vital hint of the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. Just what about that was strange? I thought that was a strange thing from the normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that. I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness! Well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright? Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha! You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the blood stains that would become evidence against her. Ah! That ties things up quite nicely. The blood stains left on the victim's clothes tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty. Erasing evidence. That reminds me. This guy's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she cut herself when she stabbed him? So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe. Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something, please! What? What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime and she's tried to conceal it. But... Enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star's on the prosecutor's side. She could have been lying about the water. This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. You again? Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well. I thought you had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence. Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else. The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the Kothop Queen. Look at this. A photograph. I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no room for error in this evidence. Right, wait, look at the asphalt in this photo. The asphalt? It's wet. Hey, it's clearly wet! Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew from the beginning I couldn't win this case. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. So this is what it means to have insurmountable evidence against you, huh? I'm sorry, Mia. Right, wet or not. Don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up off the asphalt and take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. This is the last piece of evidence. Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Your Honor, wait! What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. Then it'll be too late. Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So right. Are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah. I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. Suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem in this photograph. Ah. Well, let's see here. First things first, he's not in the car the way that the rope outline was made. But I don't think we have evidence to prove that. I don't think the position of the victim's body is in the court record. Isn't it strange for his shoe to be off in the first place? I mean, I guess she could have taken off his shoe. I only have one shot of this or I'll have to redo it. Shoe's not in the water, but that's not a contradiction. Huh? What's this? The scarf! The problem in this photograph is here! What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler! Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor? You just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also a part of a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see, and I see! What's that suspicious looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? Huh. So what if there is something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing, absolutely nothing. Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to this case. Well, you see, Your Honor. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler. Ah! Yeah! Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? Oh, if so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. I'm not doing that scream. Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings. Sus. Sus? You think I'm sus? Suspend? I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any questions unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. That was close. But we made it, at least for now. This court will adjourn for 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime, after all. He's still hungry? Continued. Alright. That was something, alright. Some stuff just went down. Does this case have a part 2 or something? Trial ladder? Sorry, folks, trying to finish my dinner before it gets too cold. And I don't want to be just munching into the mic.
Alright, let's do it. February 23rd, 11:56 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Mr. Riot? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Pretty much. So today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner! They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a young'un, at least. Officer Marshall. Thought I'd come to take a look-see at how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. We've got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. That hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about that chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. I don't know whether to do a more southern accent or, like, just a, Spanish accent. Like, this is using Spanish words. But I can't really do either accents, like, very well, so I'll at least do the one that's more common in my country. Officer Marshall? The whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. Don't that just beat all? Huh? I've seen the red breeze blow out her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day, too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the awards ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth's seen it too, I reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. Oh, that's right. Okay. So, Miss Star wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns, and sometimes you just gotta let that go bull where it will. Time will tell. Tell will time. I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Riot? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee! 12:23 p.m. I'd like to resume. What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Oh. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, and you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused, you're doubled over, your back is bent. It can't be! This can't happen! Wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable! It seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me. Knock knock. Who's there? Who are you? What's with this guy? Strange stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. What's with his eyes? Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Why does he have... Ah, it's you. Who are you? Oh! Sorry I'm late, Udgy. The roads are packed, it's just me. Long time no see, eh, Udgy? How you been? Swim much these days? Ah, hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy smizzy, Archie, my boy. You have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Archie seems to be his nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? So you're righto, the attorney. I heard good things about your son. Huh? Thanks? So sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Little worthy? Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police. Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone. So, to what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's worthy here. Look at the poor fella. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So my star wasn't just seeing things. The crime occurred. Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. To think that was stuffed into this exhaust pipe. On Little Worthy's car, no less. This is my gun. No. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What's this? It's what you call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Chief? What kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth? How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. What didn't you hear me? Take a look here at this document, where it says person in charge of investigating. There's no mistaking that signature is there. Miles Edgeworth? That's not fair! On the day of the crime, I had your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure. I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. Is the blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you have to do is press that switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point it at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. They really want us to play around with this, huh? Don't scare me like that! I'm the one who's scared! Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. This dark red stain. Blood? Switchblade knife added to the court record. This does not excuse the actions of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us? About the split between the prosecutors and the police. And this knife. Sure thing. Not a problem. Not even a little one. Really. This guy gives me weird vibes. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman.
That was a bad day even for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See? What a mess. Time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. Huh? What he was going went completely over my head. There was a second murder. Alright. That's hush-hush information, Uchi. We can't exactly announce it here. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order! 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 Anyway, we at the department... we're all flustered, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright? 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. Chances of that are really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Excuse me, special? Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Righto, but I can't say that right now. Not that. Established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, why was there another knife at the scene of the crime? That's quite a mystery. And like a mystery, it's wrapped in something. A muffler. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. This knife was found at the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that go on in the department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto? Maybe there's something about the knife that will give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can, Righto. Evidence that links this knife to Detective Goodman? I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. Should try presenting the piece of evidence that's had me stumped all this time. So how about things down at the department? Let me double check. It's a small tag on the knife. It says SL92. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure, but it reminds me of a similar code. DL6. Maybe it's a case number? That's weird. What? I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Maybe I should check the court record again. '67S. Not what I meant to press. I meant to examine it. Name an ID number. It's not this. I wanted to check this, but it doesn't have parking numbers, so it can't be that. This is similar, though. Wait a second! Ah, at last! An honest-to-goodness objection! This knife. This does have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Ah, an honest-to-goodness, what do you mean, Fumuji? This is great. Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92. And this is important. Why? Over here we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7s 12 over 2? Your Honor, it's upside down. It's upside down? The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. I turn it around, and what do you get? 221 SL9! Ah. Aha! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing written on the knife's tag. Order! Order! Well, Chief? Ah, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, righto. I win? What game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence in the case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. So this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice! Good show, Little Worthy. It was a murder weapon as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder. And it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection to there. That was a bad day for the department. What, that's it? Something happened to the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there, righto, my boy? Sharp. Hungry. So, something did happen. And why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand. You were busy with Lana's case and all. Oh, what happened? What happened at the police department on that day? They did try to inform him, didn't they? Sorry for the delay, just finishing up my dinner before we get any further. You think that coffee would have given me a little more energy? And you'd be wrong. Not that I need more energy. This is getting interesting. A detective was killed at the police department, see? What a mess. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Edgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested. That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, righto? I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case. Ooh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. We need to know how. Well, we already know all three of these. We know where they were found. We know where when they died. I guess how they were killed is the only reasonable question. Well, how was the detective killed? How was he killed? Now that's the interesting part. It was what we in the force call a stabbing, with a knife. A knife? It's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit. We're cooking now. Let him cook. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? There are more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. Seems like I'm gonna have to press this a bit harder. Time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? 5:15? But that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances? This reeks of a cover-up, honestly. I can't think of any motive. There's no logical motive to do them at the same time. That only makes them link. That only makes it seem more suspicious. Why would someone try and plan two murders at the same time? Just to confuse people? But it only makes it clear that they're the same if the murder, the method of murder, the time of the killing, if both are the same, then there's no doubt, is there? There's no way there would just be two stabbings in the same minute at two government buildings. Yeah, police is the government. Coincidence? This is just my gut feeling, but I'd say there's a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Gaunt, please tell us more about the incident. It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it. How can you say there's no connection? How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto. You understand? Try to understand, Righto. Well, if you can prove there's a connection, more power to you. Maybe there is something that ties the two murders together. A knife. What was it doing there? Better check this knife out. Alright, let's link it. No? But we already linked the knife together. I don't get how that's wrong. Well, it's not officially linked to this case here, so I can't talk much about it. Your Honor, what do you think? No? No? I disagree. I think that's plenty fair evidence. Murder weapon usually in its toolbox. Traces of the victim's blood, no prints. Oh. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Did I press this? So this knife was stolen, but on the day of the murder. There's evidence, a murder weapon. Nice. It's evidence from a case long since solved. So this case, the knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. So it's not connected to the other case. Actually linked to this case here. What evidence do I have to show that they're linked? Huh? No, I don't think the phone call does anything for us. Huh? No, I think the phone call does do something for us. No? Okay, fine. Let me just say it, then. Your Honor, I have an objection. You see... No, I can't... I'm still thinking of the knife as being related to the other stabbing, because the other stabbing came out of freaking nowhere. Let me read that last part one more time. One at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife. What was it doing there? I'd better check this knife out. So that's a hint to go for this. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. Detective was killed at the police department. Did I press this point? Something happened in the police department too, huh? You got a good eye. Okay, no, this is the why was I informed. Just what? Just what? There's nothing strange about that. There's nothing strange about that. Given on the day of the murder. I don't think there's anything strange about that. Edgeworth's knife has nothing to do with the other murder. Parking stub has nothing to do with the other murder. Edgeworth came from the police department. Alright, let's send it. No? Okay. Let's unsend it. Oh, really? Okay. I should do any investigation. Time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? Could we... Unofficially linked, so I can't talk about it much here. We try! No? Well, we tried. You say there's no connection. How? Because the chief of police can't say anything I want to. Try to understand. There's a connection. More power to you. Maybe there's something that ties the two murders together. Whatever it is, I better get to the bottom of it and find it out. Okay. So... two murders at the same time, on the same day, in the same way. At the same time, in the same place, on the same, no, in different places, on the same day, in the same way. But just what does that mean? No, that's silly. There's no way that the bodies were switched or something, and that one crime happened at the other place. That's ridiculous. Such a thing could never happen. Alright, screw it. What about this? No? Alright. What about just the fact that he was a detective? No? Alright. I'm a little off my game here. I got nothing, to be quite honest. I have no idea what exactly is going on here. 5:15, but that's when Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office. Funny, isn't it? A murder at the prosecutor's place and a murder at our place at the very same time. What are the chances? Coincidence? It's just my gut feeling, but I'd say there's a 0.001% chance of that happening. Chief Gaunt, please tell us more about the incident. Do we have something to link it? I don't know. I'm really struggling to rise from these ashes. Damn it, I forgot. Do I have a later save? No, I don't. Okay. We're gonna make a save this time. What if we just press him for other information? Lost for words and the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? A lot of answering questions. Ooh, good one, this kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I can tell you one thing and one thing only. Where were they found? Just tell me, where were they found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room? Wait a second, I've heard of that. The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. Here's the connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. The link between the two cases established. We finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. Now? Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases have already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention, the victim had on him the case number on the knife's victim evidence tag. And we know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. Took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request you release your information to the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh well, I guess I might as well try and get what I can out of him. The victim's division. Okay, well, what division was the victim stationed in? Oh, you want to know that, do you? Do you? Aha! Criminal Affairs, Division 1. The detective's responsible for homicide cases. Homicide. That would be the same division as Detective Gumshoe. Detective Goodman, who was killed in the underground parking lot, was homicide too. It's almost like a serial killer was after homicide detectives. Except this serial killing happened simultaneously, scientifically speaking. Well, I sure hope Detective Gumshoe isn't next on the list. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15. One of the... Okay, we're back to the thing. I hate that. Don't do that. Let's get your ID number. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID number, so don't go getting your hopes up. Number is 5842189. Well, that's quite long. Now we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 82... No, I can't do it. Didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? This tells me something. Wait, was I right? Was I right that the victims were swapped? I think. Meaning? Has to be what I think it is. What does this mean? That would mean that Goodman was the victim at both stabbings? That's not possible. Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just... I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do. Police department, the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh, is it yours? No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, righto. Personnel IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. And this means what exactly? Ha! Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82. I've forgotten. Didn't even get the first number right. Again! The number the chief of the police gave us was 5842189. Wait a second, right? What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 IDs numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed the police. In the police department room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh! Oh, sharp as a tack, righto. Sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet a Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed in the police department. The evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what you're saying is the same person was killed at the same time? And in a completely different location? Order! 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 Chief, what does this mean? No. What I want to know is why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error? Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait. Aha! Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. You don't mean him. According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Gah! Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. In any case, this is a serious error. A gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then no such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy? What?
Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Huh, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. How is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by a writer over here. Good job, writer, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No! It seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, with all those rumors, even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. It's the last thing I do. You better get results this time. Really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned. My face when we could have skipped to the end of the first trial if Edgeworth just did his homework. Alright. It's about 8 o'clock. I've been going for about 4 hours. And I am a little tired, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call it for tonight here. I think that would be best, because I don't know how much longer the investigation's gonna go, and I know I'm not gonna get to the next part of the trial. But anyway, I'm enjoying this so far. We have an impossible murder in 2 different places. That's some based Umineko core murder going on right there. Still though, I really wonder how this is gonna turn out. Were the bodies switched maybe? Maybe the Bruce Goodman we have here isn't the real one. But he sure looks like the real one. His ID matches and everything. It's not possible there were 2 bodies, were there? Would someone have hit it in Edgeworth's car, and then somehow Lana Goodman, or Lana Skye, like, found the body? But she called him there, right? I don't get it. There's a lot of things that I still need to figure out about this case. And I hope you'll be there to figure it out with me when we come back sometime. Probably next Saturday, if I had to guess. That's the next time I can guarantee that I'll be open to stream. So, with that said, I hope you guys enjoyed hanging out with me tonight. I certainly enjoyed hanging out with me tonight. It's been fun. I'm still a little tired, so I'm not gonna do like a full several minute outro ramble or anything. But make sure to check back in next week. I'll let you guys know if I plan to do it any earlier as soon as I know. But for now, next Saturday is the time that I plan to go for. So with that said, that was Ace Attorney. This is Kyle. Over and out.